Why, hello there everyone, and welcome to a fine Wednesday evening, or whatever it happens to be your time zone. I'm Sectoral Leader Cody. Welcome on in, it's good to see all of you. And I'm Cody. Hello everybody. Welcome on in Hemlock, and welcome on in anybody else who may have arrived here on a lurk. It is good to see all of you. First stream of the week. And for some reason, there's a semi-organized line of thunderstorms in Manitoba. I don't know why. I sort of know why, actually. There's a frontal boundary around that area. That would be the trigger behind that. I'm not sure if we're actually getting a thunderstorm status out of that, though. So, we'll have to see what's going on with that. Nothing weather statement worthy, at least, so don't have to worry about that. Patch notes. I like going over our weekly stream patch notes here. What did it really change since last week? Well, I didn't even post any patch notes, so I'm going to guess that I haven't changed anything yet since last week. I already mentioned the new emote on Friday. Yes, I mentioned it on Friday. But we do have a new emote, and it's the unhinged emote. You know, it's just that face. Tush, exactly. Perfect. That's yeah. Let me see here. Yeah, I already mentioned all of those, and those are like patch notes for the previous week, so I haven't made any big changes to the stream this week yet. I have some things in mind that I would like to get changing. Let me take a look at my to-do list here. It is too long, as always. That's already done. Man, I guess still gotta work on that RNG wheel thing. Thing is, I've got to move a lot of those projects into the new editor, and I have to do that manually. I do have an influx of free time incoming, so that might allow me to catch up on some of that stuff. But yeah, there's not too much to go over in terms of patch note changes for the what I've made, changes that I've made to the stream. There haven't been any big changes so far. Now it's time for some Final Fantasy XIV. I'm going to close that window, move a few things around. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, hope that OBS will actually capture the game source. It really likes to not do that sometimes. Move some things around. Give you guys game audio, and I'm just going to swap the category, since I actually remembered to do so this time. Final Fantasy XIV, yep. Hey, it actually stayed, wow. It's like a 50-50 shot whether OBS will change back to the old category, or if it'll actually stay. And we're right by where the story is right now. Also, let me enable the Discord layer, because we do have somebody with us. Let me get my carbuncle out, too. Sorry, not a carbuncle. My Garuda. Get my wild Garuda out. Sorry, my domesticated Garuda. The domesticated wild Garuda. Domesticated wild. Domesticated but wild. Ah, yes, that's right. Steamed staff. And Arms of Castin, which is quite a bit better than what we currently got. Let's get that equipped. Also, we got this for our Scholar. We can't use that, but our Scholar can, so I'm just going to place that in the armory chest. And let's take a look at any other gear that we've gotten. That's glamour, that's glamour. That's not level 60. I mean, that's definitely not level 60 either. Yeah. Here, I'll equip that. Now what we got here? 39. 42. Let's equip that. Level 50. Did we get something better? No. No, we didn't. Not whatsoever. Let me do that too, so our portrait doesn't get all messed up by doing by trying to actually equip something decent. Oh, I think we got a better choker too. Yep, that's better. That's glamour. I just heard screaming in my ear. Yeah, we're gonna update that again. Okay. I disagree with the ring. I don't think the ring is better. But apparently we got better bracelet. Intelligence, determination, yeah. Wait, that says... Okay, good. I was about to say, if that said skill speed, then no, that is not better. What was the other thing? Legs. Sorry, what the heck was it trying to get me to equip on my... Oh, not let. What? Hallowed Remy. Ah, this one. Yes, that would be better. By the way, you can dye this. It changes the color of the book. Ah, nice and pink. Golden. Alright, we are right by the story here, so let's continue with the story. Alright, time to make sure my voice is ready here. My voice is ready. Ah, Master Sectoral. It is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphanud wishes a word with you. And then this fella says the same thing that is said for most of the time. That's right, I will bring my umbrella. And then the cutscene will temporarily take that away from me. Ah, Cody, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. These words. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the peace conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in the guise of Estinian. It was a sight to chill the soul. but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation at SLdr, I feared lost him forever. But the merest fact of some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I return to Y'shtola and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal. And full glad I am that I did, for it would seem that they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us at the ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Let's get this plan underway. Excellent. Let's not keep our honored colleagues waiting. We shall not. And we'll invite our fellow ally to the party. If anybody else is in Heavensward or later, feel free to join. Just make sure you are on Halicarnassus, the world in the top right corner of the screen. That is the world we're currently in. It is on the Dynamis data center. You don't necessarily have to be Heavensward or later. It's just you're gonna have a hard time finding us.
Over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Jibril got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humors.
I'm glad you guys enjoy.
Indeed.
I don't drink.
But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, the worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean?
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's that easy.
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino,
Alpha, are you sure about that?
by all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers.
Alpha, don't touch
Even
the
should
eyes.
you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
Yeah, that second
But what
one is
other choice
what
remains
is
to
my
us?
concern.
Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah, I found you at last.
Simultaneous nods.
A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
"'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours."
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alright, let's see what sort of plan Sir Emmerich's come up with. Might be combining plans.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
Hey, Krista. Yeah, you know what to do.
Friends deliverance, then their foes defeat. But will history commend their fealty, or condemn their folly?
Thanks, Big Artemer. Thank you.
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Oh, by the way, I don't think that trashy bot message even made it because Twitch had already flagged that account. Which is fine. I can still send Krista at them. I can still see them. What news has Sir Emmerich to share with us, I wonder? Oh, that's right. We were gonna get the, yeah, the Attire of Castan coffer. View manifest. Ah. It was several items. In fact, these are all like high-end 60. These are high-end Heavensward stuff. They just give it all in a coffer now. I can assure you that they never did that when Heavensward was current. Nope, definitely not. Also, accessories of Castan. Yeah, they seriously, they just hand it all to you now. Like, wow. Wait, where's the other ring? Oh, you know what? Eh.
Oh.
Earrings, choker, bracelet, ring. Oh. They don't give you a second ring.
No.
Weird.
And there is, in fact, a set higher. But if you don't have the 4,000 tomes you need to get the whole set, that's not bad.
Yeah. Actually. Oh my goodness. We may as well get the other ring. We may as well just freaking get the other ring. We're almost at our cap for stones and for tombstones anyways. Let me just make sure. Okay, Foundation is indeed my return point. Idleshire is where you go for high-end Heavensward stuff. No, stuff at the
Yeah, you can get the primal gear, which is the gear Cody here just got. Or you can get the Shire gear, which is one step higher.
Yeah, tombstones exchange. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the 270 stuff. That's the high-end stuff. Which I have no idea if they hand it to you at this point, because, like I said, when I first played through Heavensward, they didn't hand this shit to you.
Don't believe they did when I went through.
In fact, even when
ago.
Stormblood was out, they didn't outright hand it to you. I believe it was around when the time when they did a Realm Reborn revamp. And Heavensward revamp eventually, too. They did that, too. Well, here, let's start with the one ring that we didn't get something better of.
Caster is Philosopher.
Philosopher. Oh, well, hold on. 270, good. Yep.
Ironically, the way I remember that is the Philosopher's Stone. That's Preceptors.
Why the? God damn, I hate when the freaking tooltip does that. Okay. The other one is just gonna get exchanged for company credits then.
Or just give it to your scholar. Because it is the healing ring.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay, that's still good for the, I'll put that in the armory.
I mean, I guess Summoner could use it, but Summoner's physic is not that great.
No, not really.
Like, the extra, I think, however much mind it gives you isn't going to make much of a difference.
There we go. We'll upgrade our weapon next. And then I can just wait otherwise. Wait until we build up more. Yeah, we're down to 748 now. We can hit return and continue the story now. Before they did change it later, so they just hand you that 270 stuff. Although, honestly, that wouldn't make much sense, because that would put you over the item level for the beginning of Stormblood. We've got options of food, oh my goodness! And it looks like we're gonna be getting the apple strudel. Yep, apple strudel. I won't argue with that. Might Sir Emmerich's perchance have received word of the Giovanni in advance? Or mayhap they have located a state. That is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say. Calls you over. Hey, how's it hanging?
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
Is it a worm or a dragon?
I will speak plain.
Oh, I see it
Now that
has a
Nidhogg
tendency
is
to get
possessed
confused.
of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster
I think
will repel him.
Nidhogg is, but...
That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
Krista. Oh, wait, no.
You speak of Heavensward?
Wait, Krista's not a... Krista doesn't have dragon strength, right,
I
right,
do.
right.
To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Heavensward's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men.
Well, they call the King of Dragons a worm.
But much has changed since your visit to Somal. And if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it.
But
Such
the
is my
right
oath
worm.
to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
Ah! Estinian's gonna be finishing. Saving Estinian is going to be the finishing duty.
Though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then. We will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you.
Leisure.
The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, We shall pray for your swift return.
Well, Nidhogg's pretty freaking strong, so I guess... Oh no, worm is something then. I don't know. Definitely not a Manakete, that's for sure. Don't mind the crinkles.
Well, depending on how he's fought, he might have a heart attack.
Yeah. I know he'll survive I know he'll survive for a decent, an okay amount of time. It grieves me to impose upon you in this manner, but you of all people understand the threat we now face.
He would. But let's just say if we do enough damage to him, it'll catch up with him.
It is no imposition, Sir Emmerich. Cody and I... Ishgard... To Cody and I, Ishgard is a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. My bonds give me strength. I believe that has been said to a dragon before in Fire Emblem. More than once. This creature has wings and is not a worm. You know, its wings didn't look very big, did they? You are true friends. Shall we be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I've taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to Somel. I confess, I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Heavensward at Zenith, in the churning mist. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best we pay a visit to XIV. You seek an advantage to our coming negotiations. I do. Would you consult with Vidofnir? I propose that, in part of our concern for her condition, were she to succumb to her wounds, it would have grave consequences for our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight to her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian Forelands, then. Let's go. Also, I'm just gonna open up the main story list here to get... I just need to maintain an idea of where the heck.
You were...
Because we've begun Revenge of the Horde.
think you're 3 away. This one... Nidhogg is the quest after this one. Or 2 quests from now.
Ah! An ally for Ishgard. We have a dungeon coming up.
Yeah, it's basically convincing a certain someone to help out.
Also, that is a dungeon that I've never revisited. I've only went there when the story necessitated it, and that was it. I had no reason to go back.
Okay. Fair. Only reason I've gotten it a couple extra times was because the roulette took me there.
Roulette really loves to take me to Copperbell Mines for some reason.
Well, most of them like to be all over the place, but Alliance raid's given me Ritterana Lighthouse, the one of the level 70 Alliance raids, 2 times in a row.
That's interesting, considering how often it likes to roll the Crystal Tower.
And then after that, it got one of the near raids 3 times in a row.
Oh,
the exact same one, too.
Wow, that's interesting. We're just gonna teleport here. We have to go up the stairs. And not get stuck on the roof like we did that one time. Or sorry, on the ceiling. I don't know what happened there. Alright, how are you, Vidofnir? You good? Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Didst thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad am I to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. I am a dragon full grown, and thou fought to protect me, mortal. I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do so remind me of a knight, whom I called a friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace, when man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth, there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus we do make for Somal, to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly. Thou knowest as well as I how he will answer. The officer's heart remains unchanged, then. A pity. But if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been the way with thy kind. Go then, but be warned. The Shade's presence hath driven its minions to frenzy. Thank you, Vidovnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Apple strudel! Apple strudel! Another quest that randomly gives us max potions and max ether. Why? It's not like this is Palace of the Dead and you're soloing as like a black mage. Though I expected no better answer from the Vidovnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. It would seem that our presence in Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alfredin. Scout ahead if you wish, Cody. We shall join you outside Mogham. Scout ahead, teleport ahead. I'm not gonna teleport ahead, it's just one map over. We can just go through here. Morn. No random A ranks here. The A rank can spawn in this cavern. We're back in the mist. Griffon. I'd heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream one's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I'm reminded of my first visit to this peak, when a Sinian sail yet walked on our side. Popo, is that you, Cody? Ah, if it isn't Don't tell me you forgot my name, Kupo! After all we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Cody? Ah, yes, you're one of them. I mean, I remember it because Moblin. How can you mistake me for that overstuffed throne warmer? I'm Moghan, the courteous Moogle who guided you to Zenith, Kupo. But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Moghan, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Heavensward. Well, I hope you brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, a good latitude should reach the worm's ears easily enough. Good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We best press to Zenith while the winds are in our favor. Now that is unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Macklin will want to hear about this. Hey Macklin, people! Anyways. And then we fly over their settlement entirely. First, like, oh, hi there. Moglin, something. Mog something. Whoops. There we go. I was just trying to very briefly tap the button. This will probably be voiced. Too far away. I've got to be breathing on my destination.
Great Hraesvelgr, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelgr. I am Emmerich de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
You foresaw mine intent.
Lis Nidhogg Casmon Ikin Lis Nuan Jas An Es In Salen Mon Anesh Ndahai In Stapol Ian Nidhogg Shin Hes Isso Al Nuofa Is Set Osk kom I Nidhogg Kinan Nosk Dei Gab En
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Ads have some sort of obsession with being incredibly obnoxious with their timing.
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear a Zell upon your back?
Holhes XIV Valsu Nesk An in Ishgard An Snauhau Us Hesnesh Ikin En Elan.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Snosk in Letlai, Nolosk Asisa, Egmon Kin Una En.
Thanks for the egg, Stormbluchi. Have a good lurk.
himself and his followers with the power of a primal. I beseeched the warrior of light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Segmon infin, Sesk Antis Ekmon, Kin Al Ud. Sloskna, Dyrkin Iles, Kolhes Nar Inish, Draor In. Esgniteg, esgdir ulgar an, in an, hesnesh an, eskjas og, on inga. Al in ulwota, smahes in an. Sway in Ratatoska disdai an. Slosk kin. Skol ich les ilo.
Okay, but I'm gonna be level 90 when I do that trial. Mm-hmm. I believe I spied a wyvern landing just outside the palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Heavensward spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. Whee! Whee! My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Okie dokie. I'm prepared now. I'm prepared, we are unrestricted, and we are going to Sorkad. Something like that. Wait, is this the second last dungeon? Third last dungeons, or there's still several more dungeons apparently.
Yeah, there's at least 2 more that I remember.
Which is fine, because I've still got 2 more spots for Final Fantasy 14.
The second one is kind of one of my favorite because of the boss at the end. If you ever hear anyone making the sloppy,
oh
please.
Yeah, that fella. All right. Time to mage it up. This stream's going to be very progressive, because we've got a dungeon, we got a trial, and then not too long after, another dungeon. The Sloppy dungeon. My portrait got reverted to default, even though I have ensured that all of my gear is properly checked. That's cool.
Actually, the sloppy dungeon is
Oh,
literally
wait a
just before Stormblood.
Yeah, the wall. The wall. Enchanted fan? I want an enchanted fan this summer. Whee! It is indeed an enchanted fan. Melia! By the way, yeah. The trees are called Melia for some dumb reason, I don't know. That's not the Melia that I know. Marklin!
Remember that oversized throne warmer?
Maybe a point. Yeah, no. Oh boy, bagels. Oh yeah, all the gear in this dungeon is obsolete because we just got handed like a coffer of item level 240 stuff.
Yeah, that's the part I find funny about it. You were just handed better gear.
Ah, the buzzards!
Not bad if you're leveling multiple classes at once, but still.
Yeah, come over here. What? Why is my foul not casted? Or, sorry, why did my foul get interrupted? It's supposed to be instant cast at this level. Oh boy, a treasure coffer. Ah, yes. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, obsoleted. Alright. Whee! Ah. Xenoglossy is just like 80% of the health bar? Yeah, no problem. And I've got another one charged up already. And something just jumped at me and onto the floor. There we go. That's an AoE. Whee! Thanks for the ice bridge. Appreciate it. Thank you, Blizzard Dragon. You are ever so kind. Loot. Yeah, this is all... Yep. All right, now our now the true test of our trial. Let's see if I'll have both my Xenoglossy by the end of this cutscene. Yep, both my polyglots are charged up. Alright. And I've almost got a would-be third one here. Well. There we go. Impressive. Oh my goodness, Jazz! Well, come on in, good to see you. Hope you're having a lovely time zone so far. It's been pretty good over here. Well, we passed this trial with flying colors. Ah! I can't even use that anyways. Oh, by the way... Oh, never mind. I thought this was one of the arenas you could jump off of. Plot barriers. Oh, sorry, not plot barriers. They're just convenient barriers.
I wonder what this button does.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no. No, no. Ah! Okay. I'm back. Jeez. Currently on the final stretch of the cardigan. Trying to finish tonight. Ooh. See how you're gonna make out? Oh, yeah. Sorry, voiced cutscenes up. Nice. I can't wait to see the results of that. I love taking a peek over to the crafting corner. Oh, so it currently looks like in the work in progress section. Oh, heck yeah. I'll definitely be giving that stuff a check after the stream. For sure. Yeah, things have been going pretty nice here so far. We got it's a little cooler than yesterday in terms of weather, but yeah, you know what? A peak temperature of 8 isn't that bad. We got a little bit of snow near noon. Well, honestly, it fell at such a light rate that I don't really count it as flurries. Warmed up compared to last night, it feels like. Could be possible. There's finally some more normal temperatures starting to roll in for some areas. Except if you're in the east, some of the eastern states. You're out of luck for that for now, but you know, soon enough, winter will leave. It'll go take its vacation. Oh, my poor ribs. That was a painful reminder of a great worm's might. Wait, Alphanid, were you even... I never saw you there. Soon enough, a room will be a sauna and it won't even want to turn off a PC? Oh my goodness. Yeah, summer's coming soon. That's actually one of the big reasons why I reduced the amount of time, I stream during the summers. Is because we don't have AC here, and my computer does provide a decent... it supplies a good amount of heat. Mind you, the past 2 off-seasons, I actually stopped streaming entirely for those. But during this last off-stream, I sort of like... I kept wanting to stream during the hiatus, so I'm gonna resolve that by trying to do at least one stream a week. No guarantees off-season. If a thunderstorm decides to show up smack dab on the stream day, then thunderstorms are incredibly distracting and may pull me away from a stream. I have big respect for thunderstorms. Mind you, if I can get some good video of thunder that is not interfered with by vehicles passing by on a nearby road or some person being annoying. Because for some reason when thunderstorms are happening, there's always somebody walking down a sidewalk or something like that. There's always people out for some reason. It's like, you guys want to be struck by lightning? Is that why you guys decide to conveniently take your walk when a thunderstorm arrives? I'll watch them out the window if it's over in the area. Yeah, for sure. I still believe our severe weather season will also be more intense. Oh, I didn't even read the Tushify message. What is that? To my room would be a sauna and I tush... Okay, well it doesn't even make sense. It didn't Tushify the right word. But you know what? The sectoral captain got 2 really good messages in a row. So it was bound to be a bit of a miss. It did not Tushify the correct word. Yep. Oh, that's fine. It's true to the nature of Buttspot back when Buttspot was a thing. Sometimes you get the message real good, and sometimes miss it just by 1 word. And had he truly meant us harm, he would not be... No, we would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training. About the speed of a dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Ow, Kupo. Cody, let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting a gesture, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Oh, no. The demon-like fighting is Dimenda's thing, not mine. Yeah, Dimenda is not a demon, but her behaviors are very befitting of one. Which is why in Metopia, Imp class is definitely the first class I give her. You see how my wings are kinked? Even my palm aches. After this jobbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo. Possibly indefinitely. Yeah, that was all part of your plan.
What? When I told you about Cody's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Moghan. Triple? That's not fair! There's no justice, Kupo! None at all!
Yeah, shoulder shrug, exactly.
What does it matter? When you do the Beast Tribe quests, you basically do their work for them anyway.
Yep.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
By the way, don't bother with the Mog Beast Tribe quest. It's a pain in the ass to even unlock.
Was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hraesvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours.
No, the amount you can get for it is pretty good, but yeah, it takes a lot.
It was your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor.
It'd be just as easy waiting for the treasure trove to have it on.
Yeah.
'Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike. Oh, gods.
You jinxed it, Alphanin.
Is coming. Nidhogg's shade has taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Yep. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. Whoa, 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 whoa. I thought I just adjusted at a volume a level of something.
I must return to my city without delay.
Wait.
Ses Nitek.
Okay. Oh yeah, simultaneous nods. There we go. Ah, steps of faith. Ah.
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns.
Yeah.
We must hold.
Holding well. We'll be there soon.
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Oh, the reinforcements for you.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
The standoff.
Watan and by E. Still walking. Not ooh in Sus ul war
You know, if this were a later expansion, I wouldn't be surprised if they allowed you to play as the dragon. As however. However, this is before. They're both very angry at each other. You very clearly cheated, Nidhogg. Oh my goodness, we've got a raiding party coming in. Let me just pause the cutscene here. Oh my goodness, hello Darkus, and welcome on, and thank you for sending everyone over. You were playing some Final Fantasy XIV as well? Heck yes. We are currently on Revenge of the Horde, which is 3.3. So we're a decent way, we're about a little past halfway for post Heavensward. Welcome on in, everybody. Good to see ya. I'm sectoral leader Cody. I like playing Final Fantasy XIV for sure. I also like my Mario games, my creative games, and my RPGs. We've got a few categories being filled out with Final Fantasy XIV. And yeah, we're about to confront Nidhogg here, so just popping up the dialogue here to pause the advanced text. I have it set to auto advance. How did Final Fantasy XIV go for you? And where did you wind up in Final Fantasy XIV? Good luck, it's a fun fight. Yeah. We're probably gonna end up doing it unsynced. Just faster. Faster that way. But, yeah. Oh, this is a good fight. Post Stormblood. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, there's some good stuff post Stormblood. Work out again the Shadowbringers. Oh, you're gonna love Shadowbringers. We're going in. Yeah, Shadowbringers is a really good expansion. Well, that is awesome.
Thank you!
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Alright, we're approaching the final steps of faith. Here we are. Now, we're going to be doing this unsynced, so we don't have to wait for the duty finder. We just got a party of 2 right now, but we got a party of 2 who are like level 90 and level 100, so. And we have still kept our Easter umbrella this whole time. I've just been keeping this on to see how long the game will let me hold on to it before something forces me to unequip it. And so far, so good. I wonder how fast this will be with what we currently got. Buddy's helping you out with the story. Show me a quest that'll make the story more fleshed out. And he's keeping you spoiler free as well. Heck yes! That is a beautiful bonus to have. I'm doing my best not to spoil things because I have like cleared the game up to patch 7.1, but this is a separate character that we're doing, and yeah, we're going through the story. We're unsyncing where we can, just you know, just to get past that part a little faster. So I guess we won't get to see all of the crazy mechanics that happen with some of these, but it's a little funny how the mechanics behave when you do it unsynced and overleveled.
Alright.
Especially the previous stream. Of like smacking Ascian Prime with a book to finish the fight.
See if we can give this guy a heart attack.
Yes, Nidhogg, we get it. Roar. Roar. My portrait keeps getting reverted to default. Well, we can still get into the next phase, I see. Yeah, 0. Wait for it. There we go. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, okay. I was expecting that to do a little more damage, but alright.
There we go.
Oh man, it almost looked like Nidhogg was defeated by fall damage. It's like bad landing. Well, we didn't tear through the HP bar so fast as to completely skip phase 2. We got to see the phase transition at least. See, that's the really cool part about doing this unsynced is just seeing how the game behaves. Yeah, heart attack. Yep. Oh, hey, there's our auto shoutout. Oh, we do have our mod EternalSphinxitude is also with us, and currently in party. Doesn't stream very often, but hey, may as well drop a follow. Does he's done Minecraft before. He's done Disgaea. Minecraft, Disgaea, and Final Fantasy XIV. I believe those are the streamed categories.
Estinian!
Oh, just see, I know this person thing not working properly. I must have botched the shoutout thing to not properly behave differently.
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg!
You are the shade of a Nidhogg.
Thou shalt die by my hand!
This is not your hand, worm!
Thou wilt obey!
I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued!
Ironically, I came up with an alternate take on the scene of ripping the eyes out, since you and Buddy were both Dragoons for the... Oh my goodness. And it would have solved a big problem later with the... Yep, it definitely would have. Oh, it's so fitted to... It's so fitted to be Dragoons for that. Heck yeah, it's like one of the best classes you could be right now. Or for this particular fight.
You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty.
Toss the eyes up and...
No!
Dragonfire dive them...
I won't let you!
Dragonfire dive onto the eyes. Oh, yeah! That would have definitely saved a lot of problems that happen later. I just saw a really weird error message. What? Wait, what? Oh, that is... Sorry, something happened in the background with the ranking system. Yeah, pry the eyes. And okay, if that effect had been larger, I would have been like, oh no, did Ultima occur? Well. Oh, there you are, Alfred. Well then.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Alright, let's see who can toss it further. Alphanets went further. Also, I love how the same sound effect as casting your fishing line played when the throw happened. What sort of fish can we catch with a dragon eye? I'm not sure if I want to know what sort of fish are down there waiting for that.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least. You have my gratitude, Hraesvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Ustra udin instra rare. Anhesnesh. One in nest ikan. Keifta.
See you later, Heavensward. I still don't know how to say half the dragon names, but don't worry about that. See you later!
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well. Even as Hraesvelga did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
Yep. Well, that's one big problem taken care of now. Hey, we stole our umbrella. Alright. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed. But no, the past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone, his foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Oh, he will. Wait a minute! Why didn't that quest give me bonus experience points? What? Oh, shoot. I know why. I forgot to swap back to Summoner. Alright, now the bonus experience should apply. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad, Cody. And rightly so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more
epochal victories. Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And not only for your own sake. Had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Stanian's mail.
Yeah, or to you.
Yet, even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia, and beg news of his condition.
Indeed. Oh my goodness. Hold on. We're just gonna go down with style. Go over here. In terms of our Final Fantasy XIV streams, these are our Wednesday slots until I finish Heavensward. That's how the series schedule will be going. Although we do have a bonus Final Fantasy XIV stream tomorrow, but that will be earlier than usual. It'll be, well, any of you who've been here for a while may already know, but on Thursdays, when I do have a stream on Thursday, they tend to be 1 p.m. Mountain Time. Or sometimes 12 p.m. Mountain Time, one or the other. Roughly that time frame. Our Fridays are currently invested in... Why do I keep forgetting? I don't know. Let me remind myself. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Fast Play. And our Saturdays will be becoming Outbreak in just a little bit. I might be a little bit weather focused. Just slightly. No. Big fan of thunderstorms, big fan of severe thunderstorms. The only element I prefer to stay pretty far away from is tornadoes, because they're incredibly dangerous. I've seen tornadoes, of course. They're really cool to see. And they're really cool to be well out of the path of.
Cody, Master Alphanin, my honored friends.
Alright. I think I was a little off there. Let me at least try.
As if winning Heavensward to our cause was not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of a day was Cody and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's shade through the strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary, where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I am told he has yet to regain consciousness.
Is hospitalier even... You know what? It might be an old English word that I'm not familiar with. Or it might just be Ishgardian language, who knows.
But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Emmerich is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe that Lord Edmund and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Come, Cody. 'Twould seem we are awaited at Fortop Manor. that's one of the few words that I've actually picked up on how to pronounce because it's been said enough in voiced cutscenes. Reading is tricky. A lot of the words you come across here, it's like, yep, I'm gonna trip a few times over this. But if I hear it enough, then yeah, sure. Even though I've heard Heavensward's name how many times and I still can't say it properly. Don't worry about it. The House Fortom Guard still says the exact same thing, as is 95% of the case. Good news, everyone!
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you.
The two-hand salute. Clap, 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 clap.
And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother-in-arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Visit a city and be like, sup? Yeah, I got my umbrella back. And it's snowing. Like I said, we did have a few snowflakes here, but we didn't actually get we didn't get anything... Zero accumulation out of it. And I would have been surprised if we got any, because our ground temperature is above freezing. Any snow that would have touched the ground would have melted. Cody, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Alphino. Ah. He's come to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I could not well refuse him. Though he would sooner faint than admit it, the boy must be exhausted by Heavensward's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Indeed. Wind up, Emmerich! Whenever you randomly get the wind-ups, there's no commentary of the story for most of them. You just randomly get the wind-up and it's like, ah, okay. But yeah, this is the last story, this is the last quest for Revenge of the Horde. Then we are on to the next one. I'm gonna try to take us to 3.5. I'm not sure if I can do that in 2 hours, because this is a somewhat casual pace. With the additional benefit of going into dungeons as level 90. But my own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit, and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on a patrol, our company was beset upon by a dragon. And there was only 2 to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, as such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and revenge for his younger brother. Gonna be calling it a night, have a fun stream. Gonna have dinner first and then head to bed. Oh, for sure, Darkest. Thank you for bringing your community over. I greatly appreciate it, and definitely the post-stream care for sure. Yeah, go ahead with that. Have a lovely rest. Have some good eats. Hopefully your rest is high quality. Hopefully the food is high quality, and hopefully the rest goes uninterrupted. Thank you once again, I greatly appreciate it. I would venture that in Alphanerd he sees something of his lost sibling. And in the ungentle chidings of Estinian, Alphanerd found an elder brother he never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations has saved me from disaster more than once, and I can well understand Alphanerd's affection for him. He has a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required in the infirmary. Is he? Tell them I'm on my way. Quickly, Cody. We must go to him. And here's our... Oh, by the way, you're about to be cutscene locked for a while. I don't remember how much of this is voiced.
Estinian.
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Astinian. If Master Alphino thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did.
Yeah, it's really like to time themselves poorly, don't they?
Yet again, you have achieved the impossible.
Bet the snoozies ads how many times this stream already? I'm already at 3 snoozes.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
He craves rest for good reason. I think
we're clear after this cutscene? I don't remember.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
I've got the mouse near the snooze button.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic.
A new world.
The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident.
Hey, can we separate corporate from state up here? That'd be cool.
Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir.
At long last, a gentle revolution.
Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace.
Oh my goodness. That sarcastic looking clap, that's how my character claps.
The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age.
I'm out of snoozes for the ads, just... So hopefully they stay away for long enough for the cutscene to play out.
Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten. The din of war, giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
The memoirs of Conrad Diffotom. Heavensward.
Random sound effect. Anyways. This is actually the end of the, like, not officially the end of post Heavensward, but the expansion transition. It starts next patch. Yeah, I can actually read that. Heavensward. Anyways. Falling asleep at the chair. By the way, I don't think I've ever done that before. If I detect myself getting too tired, then off to bed. Ad starting soon, trademark. Hey, and look at that. This is pretty good timing for that. Because, yeah, the ads are about to, bother all of you. Yeah, it could be 15 seconds, it could be 3 minutes. The slot is 3 minutes to keep away pre-rolls for an hour. Pre-rolls are way more annoying than a 3-minute block of ads every hour. The pre-rolls go on for who the heck knows how long. It's random. I found it wildly variant. And, yo, when somebody's trying to swing by here, they just get assaulted by, I don't know, an ad of an incredibly expensive vehicle they probably can't afford. Like, oh gosh, don't even get me started on the nonsense that's happening with vehicles too. Any of that stuff. Yeah, like every once in a while, I'm sure every once in a while the sectoral leader is glancing to earthly affairs and is just shaking his head like, wow. Wait. Shaking his head like, wow. Hold on. Like, wow. That head shake is so subtle, you guys can barely see it. I can barely see it. It's just a very subtle, like, wow. Oh, I can do it even better by just with motion. Wow. Wow. It's much more noticeable when I just do the head shake. Maybe I should remap that to something else since I can do the no promotion better. Now, we don't have too much to talk about weather-wise. But I can give you a general overview of what next week's going to be like. Next week is going to be one of the most normal weeks we've got coming in quite some time. So, you know, this week we've got this stream. We've got tomorrow, 1 p.m., more Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. Friday, which is Good Friday and a stat day for a lot of people. I'm still streaming. Because I see Easter more of a stat day in my opinion. That's when a lot of the family gathering stuff happens and all that. But on Friday at 6 p.m. Mountain Time is FaceTuber Fridays. We're going to be doing more Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Fast Play. We're on the last chapter. We might finish. But I sort of planned for it to go on to the 25th. On Saturday, Outbreak. Next Saturday is also Outbreak. 6 p.m, like always. My availability may be going up, but I do not plan to change my schedule. We are on, like, the last few weeks of on-season here. Typically, when I change my schedule, it's either because it is necessary, like when my availability decreased in November, or November going into December, or when the seasons change. I tend to re-evaluate my schedule. I have, like, some degree of standards. For instance, I prefer to do a minimum of 3 streams per week. 3 to 4 streams is around my range. There's like there's an X amount of hours I prefer to stream. Like one long stream and 2 short. Honestly, in an ideal world, I'd like to do 3 long outright. Just 5 hour, 5 hour, 5 hour, but that's not always possible. And then when we go to off stream, May is the transition month. So we're in April right now, so we're doing the 3 to 4 streams. May is the transition where the streams tend to decrease. Even on the last week of April here, I only have 1 stream, and that's on Wednesday. I might add a stream on Saturday, but we'll see. May 7th is the season finale. Season finale, that is the one time a year that I do a 12-hour stream. And like last year, it'll be 6 until 6. 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. Mountain Time. And it looks like a lot of my off-season here is going to be a weekly Outbreak on Saturdays. That appears to be what I've planned. I do plan to do a lot more Outbreak in the future here, because that may as well be my main game. It's a freaking storm chasing game. What else could you ask for as somebody who's a full-time weather nerd here? So it'll be like Outbreak every Saturday. I think I've got an occasional Wednesday on there. However, I might change that occasional Wednesday to Saturday as well, because I do have the proper flexibility and time to do so. Just to keep things consistently on Saturday. Because, you know, that one day that swaps to Wednesday, it's like, that's an inconsistency and quite a bit of a bother. I just much rather, if I had the option to, which I might, just stick to Saturdays. Mostly Outbreak, every once in a while. I think I actually have an art / bot stuffs stream late July. Or, I guess that's technically August because of the week I put it on. Like, I don't mind showing you guys the messing around that I do on Firebot from time to time. I don't encourage you to do it unless you know what you're doing, because I make Firebot way more complex than it needs to be. It has the capability of being extremely complex, and I don't mind utilizing that. But a lot of us prefer to just keep things simple. Add the text commands that have a chat response, you know, all that fun stuff. By the way, there's some pretty crazy stuff you can do even with just add-in commands. For instance, I could go command add, I don't know, test 2. And then for a response, I could go this message rolled dollar random number 1 comma space 3. I could literally do this and then run test 2. And I've got something that can roll different numbers. Like between 1 and 3, just like that. You could get way more crazy than that. You can put ifs, if-elses, and stuff in there too. Just keep in mind that Twitch has a character limit, so if you're making it complex, right, make sure you have enough room to close your variables. Anyway, I don't want that command, so I'm just going to there we go. Command tush test 2. Yes, thanks. By the way, I'm pretty sure I configured... Well, that wouldn't be a valid sub-command anyways. But I'm pretty sure I configured Firebot to ignore certain commands from the bot. Just in case something like that happens. Anyway, welcome back from ads, everyone. You heard some of what I was talking about. If you got hit by the full 3 minutes. You've pretty much heard all what I'm talking about if you only got hit by like 15 seconds or 30 seconds. But, yeah. I was basically demonstrating even a simple text response command, you can make complicated with the use of a command here by, you know, if you know the Firebot variables, you can create a pretty fun command. I don't need that test command that you saw in the in chat there. I don't need that because I can go dice. I can select the message window and go dice D3 and get a random number between 1 and 3. Got a 3. Nice. Anyway, now that we're back from ads, let us continue here. Because we were about to finish off Revenge of the Horde. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds, in an all too rare moment of idleness, when I chanced to behold a certain hero wending his way towards the city on Dragonback. Welcome home, Cody. Nay, 'twas too grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Oh! Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner did I surrender my role as temporary head of state, than I am burdened with a position of more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The sectoral leader in this world, and, well, the sectoral leader in the world that I designed actually likes work. Yeah, what a weirdo. But, you know, there is a such thing as people who like their jobs. It's called getting the ideal job, the ideal career, mind you. That'll happen to me eventually. Maybe. 1 decade. I don't know. I'll be old. I'll be like 50 years old. I'll finally be a meteorologist or something. Who knows? But hey, I'm still keeping an eye out for the opportunities, so that's what counts. Oh yeah, Twitch still says my connection's unstable, and that is definitely incorrect. According to OBS, I have 0 drop frames, which is also 0.0%. You know, so something like that. So, no, I don't think the connection's unstable. I think Twitch's ability to measure connection quality is what is unstable. You know what's unstable? Twitch's API. Stop breaking that weekly. But you know, for the amount of things that broke... Well, first of all, Twitch seems to be breaking things on Mondays and or Tuesdays. And I don't stream on Mondays and or Tuesdays, so thankfully, I don't have to deal with this. I don't have to deal with it. I know of a lot of others who have to deal with it. Also, why am I muted on Discord side? I've just been, like, rambling. And I didn't realize I muted on Discord side. Oh, you know what? Maybe I did that when we got raided. Reflex.
Yeah, you did it. You did it when you got raided.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a reflex, and then I forgot to press the Discord unmute. Yes, I do have 2 different key combos linked to Discord mute and unmute. One just unmutes Discord. One just toggles mute on Discord, and the other toggles mute on both OBS and Discord. So yes, I can get the 2 confused. Anyway, while the ads are leaving us alone, because, you know, they're gonna wait until our next 15-minute cutscene to interrupt. I guess I was just going on a whole yammer about the sectoral leaders' achievements also being followed by more challenges than that. Although that's probably because the enemies of his probably get increasingly more agitated with every serious threat that gets dismissed. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters. Am I then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down? And what strange jest is it that places me at its pinnacle? An archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords. Ah, but these questions are for me to answer. Well, I mean... I guess they need structure of some sort, I don't know. You know, I've always fancied the idea of us being independent too. Heck, I voted independent in the past because our big parties sucked. And they still do. Not quite as... I gotta say, our selection is slightly better than it was the previous campaign. And the campaign before. Because I believe it was 2019 and 2021. The 2021 one being done in the extreme greediness of our terrible former leader. Who I sort of shudder to even call a leader. But anyway, let's set those politics aside. Emmerich is currently speaking in giant paragraphs, and I gotta read that. It is not a man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience. And it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time.
We must remember that it is not for us that we lay the groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May the towers rise proudly from the fundament of our legacy.
The future generations. Our generations sure are changing. Wow, I feel old saying that. New generations these days.
I'll take a screenshot of that, because that's probably the closest I'm going to get to 3 lines in the book.
Yeah.
One away! Just one away! If I had one more in a very specific spot, I would have had 3 lines.
Oh no! The freaking Wondrous Trials?
Yeah!
Oh!
I was one away from 3 lines.
I
got 2, though.
Cole's teased me out of freaking 3 before. It's annoying. As soon as I see one stamp that's not in the correct spot for the 3-line layout, yep. Yep, that's how it goes. By the way, I did stealthily sneak in a hydrate there, so if you guys need some hydration, definitely get some hydration going. All the water. By the way, I absolutely... I don't know, how did that become a... You know what, I think it was just because the voice delivery was so good in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Because it was Mio saying water, that became a meme. And honestly, I freaking love it when voice actors just like hit it home with the voice acting. That's probably why so many people liked the voice acting of Malos in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Just so much expression. The anger. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His willfulness survives undiminished.
But the hilarious part for this particular one is I was denied the 3 lines on the last possible seal.
Ah.
So I couldn't even shuffle it.
Ah, dang it. Not that I dare shuffle if I already had 2 lines. I feel like that just undo my lines.
Should you ever happen upon our unmannerly friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Cody. And please convey my warmest regards to Master Alphanid.
It's still snowy. It's still snowy. Unquiet traitor. Don't speak to them. They're loud. Also, they start the Alliance raid quest, so don't speak to them. Unless you like playing with 23 randos.
Yes,
minus...
The Sky Pirate starts the Heavensward Alliance raid.
Yep.
Don't get it wrong, they're fun, but they're punishing if you don't know what you're doing.
And this starts the War in Triad. Now, if you ever want some extra fun trials, I don't think the normal versions are too bullshit, but I haven't played the normal versions in a while. So if EA Extreme could kiss my arse, I'm not ever doing that synced.
The normal modes are not bad. In fact, these days, even the extremes are not that tough if you go in that over-leveled.
Yeah, they've gotten better. Separate is not incredibly annoying anymore.
Yeah, you could usually beat them before that becomes a problem. Even solo, if you're level 100.
And
like he'd maybe get one of those mechanics off before you beat him.
I'm curious with some of the unsynced or Stormblood now. I wonder how much easier they've become. Because I'm pretty sure we did the farming when level 90 was the cap. Or maybe it was level 80.
Well, mechanically, you can't really do Susano.
Yeah, Susano has a minimum number of people required.
You have to take at least one friend.
Yeah.
Because he just wipes you if you don't.
And Tsukuyomi really sucks, but... might be more doable now. At least I don't think there's a minimum person requirement. There's a lot of bullcrap that you have to remember, but... Oh, wait a minute. No, to meteor markers. I don't think those adjust. I'm pretty sure they all stack on you if, that one might have a minimum number requirement too, just because of the, meteor markers. Don't mind me though. I'm talking about, like, parts of the game that I don't plan on streaming. Like, these are optional parts. And that's a Shadowbringer Extreme. You spoke with Sir Emmerich. I do not envy him in his new position.
Did you mean Stormblood?
Stormblood, yep. I keep saying Shadowbringers for some stupid reason. We have started doing the Shadowbringers, but we haven't really gotten any, like, farming event put together for it yet. I should do that at some point. If we can gather, like, 4 or 5 of us, I'd say we should be able to do most of them. Although it'll be one hell of a learning curve for the ones we haven't done very much. We've cleared Hades with 5 people, I think. Or was it 4? It was 4 or 5, I don't remember. I shouldn't even be mentioning the name of the bosses, but that's fine. It's not like mentioning the name of that boss is really going to spoil much anyways. You won't find out the link until, like, last minute anyways, so. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Don't you mean debris? Or pieces? Did you really have to use the source word that is highly These scholars, I swear, their selection of words. You don't need to choose a fancy version of a word that means the same thing as the other word. Yet some people may stumble from time to time.
I don't know, it's for the same reason some people say beverage instead of drink.
Yeah, knowing how to say beverage is just second nature to me, but somebody learning English would be like, beverage. Like, what? Mind you, drink sounds a little goofy to me for some reason. I don't know, maybe it's been used in too many, like, rap songs or something. I'm actually not a fan of rap music. That's one of the few categories where if I have the freedom to choose, I'd be like, skip please, I'll go to the next one. I just turned my I double tapped my phone like I was pressing the skip button and turned the phone on. I was like, oh, whoops. Double tapping the screen wakes it up from sleep.
Not a fan of people talking like they're trying out for not being an auctioneer, eh?
Now, see, auctioneers, on the other hand...
Actually, no, I think auctioneers still talk faster than those pieces of work.
I wouldn't mind auctioneers. It's just like 75 to 80%. Oh, this is going to be rich coming from somebody from me, because I barely listen to the lyrics of the songs. I'm more focused on the instrumentation. But rap songs, there's like 75% of the lyrics are vile and like unnecessarily so. Like, why even? Guess that's like one of the things, but the other thing is the instrumentation. I'm not a fan of it. It's not like people actually playing instruments. But again, like I'm more, when it comes to music, I'm more inclined on like the instrumental part. Like, I will notice that particular instrument much further in the background. It's like, wow, okay, you sound like you should actually be, I don't know, like playing a flute or a piano or something, because having the ears for that kind of stuff is supposed to be a sign of talent for that. Yeah. But the thing is, it's near impossible for people of that category to actually make a sustainable income. Most people have to start freelance or be self-employed or whatever. Something that leads up to getting effed by the government, you know? Then again, if theoretically streaming becomes successful enough, I'll still be getting effed by the government. But thankfully, we haven't reached that crossroads yet. I don't anticipate on doing so anytime soon, but you never know. The thing is, you gotta be aware of the threshold, just in case. And I've been told a few times that it's like 10k or something like that. There's no way I'm reaching that, so I don't have to worry about that. Which is good, because the paperwork for self-employment in Canada is really, really dumb. May as well just have like a binder for every year you do your taxes. If you do it on paper, just an exhaustive list of so many things to fill out, and so many things to look at, and only like 5% of it's actually filled out. Such a waste. Essentially, you have to have someone do your taxes for you at that point. Yet though people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Emmerich to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains a small matter of ushering in a new dawn with the shadow of the inscrutable, as the inscrutable Asian machinations and a seemingly endless possession of Primal's alphabet. Stop using consecutive big words. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter how treacherous the footing. Okay, well, your last sentence had less annoying words. Again, you can use better words, or you could use shorter words, more simpler words in place of like treacherous and that, but at least I'm familiar with that word. Why am I getting that message every time now? Am I gonna get that every time this connects? That's gonna be annoying if that happens every time I connect. I'm not gonna click on Twitch's. I'm not clicking on the settings button because I don't want to reveal sensitive information. So what if it connects for even a split second? I'm gonna get that message in chat every time it happens. That's the bot you have to have connected to your channel in order for the throwing software to work. That's the bot that listens for the throw commands and for the throw redeems, blah blah blah. And because there is a 100 bot limit, I had to make it a mod, but honestly, I like the old days where I didn't have to mod certain bots in order to keep them in the channel. But I do not miss the massive amount of bot parking. I don't miss that. It's just like because then you're, you know, when you take a general glance at it, it's like, well, how busy theoretically could the chat room be? And then you've got all of these like 10 plus extra accounts that are not actually in your chat room. They're like via some third-party application. And it's hard to determine like, okay, well, what can I expect? Also, the bot parking and all that, they collect information and stuff, and some of them even collect like stream data. And it's like, it's none of any third party's business. Twitch does that for us. Thank you. And any bot that I authorize, like it's those things. Also, there was the other scenario of bot parking, where those bots would help guide spam bots. Or, in extreme cases, hate raids. Which are still a thing, but... you know, it's just like... There's more risk than reward with the bot parking. And thankfully, that's not a thing anymore. Unfortunately, in the crossfire of casualties, Botspot also got taken off because of that, which is unfortunate. Mind you, before Botspot was permanently taken offline, you could actually work around this by modding Botspot. But hey, we don't have to miss Botspot as much. Like, we've got, I guess, a reincarnation, new generation. I don't know. The sectoral captain has a built-in Botspot feature now, because somebody was kind enough to put together a function for it, and then I expanded upon the functionality with the knowledge of variables. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is how far you have to actually complete all of the Heavensward related quests. The next quests we're about to experience are the beginning of a transition. In wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the land in Ishgard. Ooh.
Huh.
The new Ishgardian government, which means we can now go back to Gridania from here. Yes, that is a cliff. No, you should probably not go down there.
Don't do it. He's staring down at it, like down the cliff. Like, are you about to go down there? We still got this matter, which we mentioned the Ascians and that. Thank you, Balanders. Another name that I can't pronounce. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then. Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. No. Two overly curious mice, by the way. This way. Him again. Yes, him again. Are you angry? It is of no moment. They will play their part, we will play ours. And thus did grey mist give way to azure skies. Man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song. But beneath the shroud rose the scope of light, shadow stars. What? Sorry, I had half a feeling that we would that the text would be too fast to read at the pace I was reading it, but anyways. Promise is kept. We are now entering Soul Surrender, which I still think is a pretty cheesy name, but Master Sectoral, you are come at a most excellent time. Have. Not are. Have. Anyways. Sorry. Old English versus New English. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage has delivered to the manor, but a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event... You can tell by my voice I'm getting driven a little mad by the grammar of the English I am reading. Sir Amric de Royal, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Whirl, cordially invites Master Sectoral to dine with him in his estate. Sorry, I heard Whirl, and now I want to check the Aurora Borealis status. Hold on. Nothing. A whole lot of nothing. There was a bit of a disturbance a bit ago, but I don't think that would have triggered any, like, G4 or something worth going out for. Also, the solar winds are still a little lacking. Temperature is okay. Well, I don't think I'll be going out to see any of that. Jeez. That's an explosive right there. It did not collide with me. Oh, that one did. Jeez. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord has broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure. But with the happy event of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? Okay. Just don't mention drinks. Indeed, who would not? You will forgive me if I seem envious. I shall send word of your acceptance to the Moro Manor at once. When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. They will have someone escort you the rest of the way. Again, there's no reason for me not to use sprint. Especially since it got buffed. Greetings and well met, Master Sectoral. I have the honor and privilege to serve as head steward of House Boro, though, admittedly, our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I'm sure. But for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. I don't the potato. Anyways. That food actually makes me wonder if, food might be.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
I thought about Moogles. Anyways. Was an entertaining journey.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Reports from the desert. Nope. No beverage.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
I wouldn't say a bit long for my liking, but I've been through I've been through post The Realm Reborn.
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps.
Perhaps, indeed.
By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead?
Nidhogg was a meanie. I was like, march right up to that
The
Nidhogg.
question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you. May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Lord Commander,
Door open sound. That's what I want. Apparently.
News from House Fulton.
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
That door almost opened, like, through them.
For every ending marks a new beginning.
Wait, who's writing this one?
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn. As did he. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
I mean, the Ascians are still out there. And we still have our umbrella. Very nice. And the House for Tom Guard is still saying the exact same thing. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, look at that.
Is that...
What sort of ailment is she under?
Alphinaud's twin sister.
Sounds like it's speaking through, like, a microphone with a
She
weird
ran
filter.
afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Elise took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood.
That was two lines that I
We came
heard.
to Eorzea together,
I had
hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect.
now the microphones sound
When
alright.
confronted with
Voices.
the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Jeez, Alphinaud, stop making assumptions. You're gonna
Take heart, Master
stress yourself
Alphinaud.
so much.
She will be attended by our most skilled Chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please, come closer. The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascients. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelfatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her.
Well, that's rude.
You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
It's rude to summon Bad Lady just to beat her up. That's rude.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
We're back at it again with these stupid ads trying to intro cutscenes. Ah! We're out of the cutscene. Alright. Ads are about to rudely interrupt us. No, I wanted to bring us to the far edge of fate. Oh yeah, nice play on words, but I typically stream until around 11, and I figure if I go all the way to the far edge of fate, as is the what the next patch is called, that'll go well past that. We do have another stream tomorrow at 1 p.m. That doesn't mean I'm about to end. We've still got 45 minutes. Or so. I tend to go past the 11 p.m. threshold. But the ads are about to interrupt us for a bit too, so. We're finishing this one. The next one will introduce us to dungeon, which oh man, that's named after a chocobo fruit that changes your chocobo's feather colors. Find any apples? So let me just zoom into these flowers. They look absolutely beautiful. Let's take a look at the There's nothing happening in space weather. Alright. How about surface weather? Do we have anything good happen in surface weather? Montana's got a lot of snow. Snow, snow, snow. Manitoba's line of potentially thunderstorms is still going. You know what? I think that's close enough to... It's close enough to an airport. I could probably view the echo top of that. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do. CYWG, that's near Winnipeg's airport. So let me just type that in. Echo top. And let me see what we got here. Let me make sure the correct display is... Okay, cool. Oh, this is what we got for the Echo Top. Honestly, maybe. Very maybe. It's not really reaching the 8-kilometer threshold I'm looking for thunderstorm potential. Very maybe. Yeah, let me cut back to here. Okay, I'm reopening that tab. Hold on, we got a second system I have to check. That's not too far from there. CYWG. That second line is really close to Winnipeg. I don't think we have anyone in Winnipeg who can provide insight as to what sort of weather is happening northwest of them. It is a cold front. It's cold front driven. I just checked the wrong option. That is not what I want. Okay. You guys see how, like, difficult it is to read text here because of their choice of light blue against light blue? Like, my goodness. Welcome back, Stephanie! I hope you had a lovely lurk. Oh, here we go. CYWG. Oh, it's so difficult to see. This is CYWG right here. Winnipeg. So the line that we're looking at is here. Some of it's over the radar, so we can't really tell how high the clouds are here. That's not tall enough for a thunderstorm, but there's some pretty good precipitation going on with this system. Oh, we got this one up here, but we already checked that one, and that one was a maybe. And then we got this one over here. Let me see if I can... Oh, that is this one over here. The other one is probably not a thunderstorm. We don't have the necessary height. It's sort of like 6 kilometers high. The cloud tops over here are 7 kilometers high, which can produce thunderstorms, but very iffy. You need wind, rain, and the correct dynamics to maybe get a few lightning strikes out of that. This one down in the US here looks like it might be producing something, but it's at the edge of the range, so that doesn't really tell us much. What did it look like a bit ago? About the same. Inspector, welcome on in. Rumors true, Tornado Alley extend further across the Midwest this year. That's what they're theorizing. It wouldn't surprise me too much, but why aren't they mentioning the possibility of it expanding north? Like, southern Manitoba is still a tornado magnet, so southern Saskatchewan is too. Tush. Okay. Oh my goodness. That's a cute lurk. Have a good lurk, Stephanie. I appreciate it. Yeah, so it is rumored. Honestly, that area already gets a decent amount of tornadoes anyways, so... I don't know if, like, why are they only just extending it that direction? There's already been quite an increase in tornadoes over there. But hey! Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for 100 biddies, Stephanie. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. But, yeah! Yeah, making it rain biddies indeed. But, oh my goodness. I'm surprised they didn't consider expanding it north. Because, yeah, there's a decent amount of tornadoes that... I guess Minnesota's hit and miss. But I mean, some maps of Tornado Alley already show it going into Canada a little. Can I tell you that there's not a government weather machine? I mean, not one that I'm in control of. Remember, I keep trying to summon thunderstorms, but they never show up here. They always show up somewhere else. If I truly had control of the weather, the thunderstorms would be showing up here every time. Yes, flower. So yeah, I had to check that because the radar keeps showing... Oh yeah, there might be thunderstorms along this line. There might be thunderstorms along this line. And then I checked the cloud height and I'm like, clouds of that height don't really produce anything thunderstorm-like. Just a line of heavy precipitation by the looks of it. And most of it is probably turning into snow at this time of the day. Anyways, Alphanid has something to say to us, probably regarding his twin sister. Surely they won't let her... Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Shurikens. Did they not bring Astinian back from the very brink of death? Yes, exactly, Alphanid. Stop being so pessimistic, my goodness. Now, and the only April showers we've gotten this year are snow showers. Yeah, we got a few snowflakes up here, too. And then, well, us and a number of other areas, including some areas that claimed there was only going to be rain. And then they changed their mind as the snow fell, like, ah yes, good. That's what we call vertical winds. That was a vertical wind scenario. So the freezing point was close to the surface. It was less than 1,000 feet. It was close to the surface, and then vertical winds pushed the snow that was up there down. And we got snow when it was above freezing. It can still happen. Usually 5-6 degrees is about the range, and that's given that the sun radiation is not influencing it. April showers are supposed to bring May flowers. Yeah, something like that. We haven't gotten that much showers now. The very beginning of April began with some rainfall, but we're not really getting much of that now. The odd bout of rain to keep us from entering a drought state, but yeah. Hopefully we get a little more activity in terms of that. I've noticed a lot of instability over the prairie regions over the past few days, so maybe we'll get something popping up from that. Alright, let me continue our little Heavensward adventure. I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. That's just Astinian's sense of humor, Alphanid. You'll learn to live with it soon. Call me a prairie region then, because I'm unstable. Oh man. But yeah, lots of cumulus, lots of towering cumulus today. Those clouds are, well, I like seeing them because they tell me that storm potential when if the ingredients line up, there's a trigger point for it. Oh no, somebody on the Novice Network doesn't like Pictomancer. Well then they must not know how to play Pictomancer. Pictomancer's unless they're talking about current Pictomancer, which was nerfed. What snack are you opening? Oh, just some fruit gummies. I'm pretty sure there is food upstairs, but the problem is I'd have to go upstairs. And I would like to get to some sort of a point in the story here before we wrap it up. I know we're going to be continuing tomorrow. Fruit gummies go hard. Oh yeah. I've actually got a few, procuring snacks has become a challenge. We're trying to, we're changing the snacks we get and all that so that we don't have to worry about the, over-the-border inflation nonsense that, keeps going on in, so. Laffy Taffy makes the Specky happy? Oh, yeah. I would Laffy Taffy, but it is not good for my... It's not good for my teeth. I'm being very careful with my, teeth. While eating fruit gummies, which is a little contradictory to what I just said, but, you know. Ah, a Mario hat. No, I'm not Mario, but there are 4 different characters who think they're Mario in Book of Mario. Well, most of those come from, Book of Mario 64. I don't know, I guess you guys will find out eventually when I'm not even telling you guys an expected date for that anymore because I have no idea when I'm gonna complete it. I'd love to complete it by season finale, but I also said I'd complete it by the end of last year, and here we are in April. It's a heavy editing project. Heavy editing projects take me much longer. But off-season should afford me a lot more time to work on that stuff. Once I am done the next chapter too, I will be moving it to the new editor. And it's easier to, let's say, insert a Mario cap and tilt it onto an NPC's head when they say they're Mario. On the new software than it is in the old software. The trick is, open the taffy and leave it out for half an hour until it gets hard and it melts in your mouth and isn't chewy. Yeah, that could work. Actually, you know what? I think putting it in the freezer also works. Mind you, not for too long. Not trying to break my teeth. I'm uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me. Oh yeah, I already said that. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to the matter of whose conclusion we have yet the power to influence? Yeah, it sounds good to me. Skill speed, spell speed, but piety is useless. Tenacity, I guess. Vitality, that's not really magical DPS oriented. Although, I bet spaghetti carbonara is pretty good.
It is. If we're talking real life.
Watch me haven't actually had it and just completely forgot that I had it. Shadows of the First. Oh boy, we get an orchestration roll for this. You know, I swear when I was going through this, you weren't given nearly as many of these things.
And yeah, I don't know if they've changed it since I last remember, but piety was useless unless you were a healer. Like, it did nothing unless you were a healer.
Wow.
and tenacity does nothing unless you're a tank. Which they affect your MP and HP regeneration respectively.
Yeah. And summoners never really have to worry about running out of MP anymore. And black mages, running out of MP doesn't exist. You can't run out of MP, you just switch to your Blizzard combo or whatever and you instantly get it back, so... Start a shared chat with EternalSphinxitude. I can't. We're not both live. Oh, Twitch, you're funny. So yeah, the other voice you hear, and that's EternalSphinxitude. I have now added it to the title because apparently it just does not dawn upon my brain to add other people to the title anymore. Apparently, I don't know. If it was actually a collab, though, I've got a command to set that up. Well, set some of it up. You still have to go through the stream together interface for actually like linking chats and all that stuff. Which is, it's a little weird, but it's nowhere near as clunky as it was when Twitch first introduced it.
I mean, don't want to necessarily promise anything, but I may be planning something.
Ooh. Well, with enough notice, I'll always swing by. I'll always do my best to swing by a fellow ally stream.
Well, considering I don't even know if I'm going to do it yet, I think this is plenty of notice.
Time and place when applicable. So the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning. That they might put her to the sword. Yeah, absolutely rude. I know Bird Lady is a real, like, arse. Yeah, we know that in more ways than one because of that cutscene from several parts ago, but like, just
actually, all things considered, her extreme was actually pretty fun to do synced.
Yeah.
So she has that going for her.
Yeah, that one's actually not too bad synced. Fire AoE, keep the twins apart. Kill the ads before they kill your protection. And then at some point kill her before she destroys you, because at some point your protection gets annihilated. Something like that. Not in that particular order. Then when we first encountered them in Losignath, when they were confronting Ravana. God, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphanid? There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alice risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Cody, will you accompany me to Zephyral Apple? Sorry. Every time I see that name, I just add apple to it. I'm like, yep, that's a chocobo item that increases the reds in your chocobo's feathers. And help me stop the Exil's ritual. The EXE. Whatever. However you say it. Alright. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Exile homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Corfin lands to a point. But the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alpha. The mountains of Xanthral are not easily transversed,
and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and the XIV dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zengfatal by the way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for the contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you a safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zentfell. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Yerks. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event that Mistress Alice regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. We still have our umbrella! Alright. Just gonna play through like all of Stormblood next season with the Easter umbrella. No cause for alarm, just a flying behemoth. He's right by the delivery moogle. Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of active warriors, I've been informed that House Fortop Knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gates lie open. We need but walk through. There will be more within. All right. Black Kitten.
It's a minion you can get from the current-ish raid. Well, not the current raid, but the tier before it.
Oh, the lightweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the appearance. I was like, wait a minute. Nice. I still have yet to do that. At some point, I ought to do that.
Which means I still have yet to do the Krista raid too. Master Sectoral, Master Alpha, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something, and don't want anyone interfering.
I will say that one's a hell of a fight.
We don't want Krista getting ideas from that fight. Just be like, Krista, don't watch this fight. Well, I don't want to give you ideas. Same genre and everything. She likes pop songs. I'm not a big fan of pop songs. Oh my goodness, Cinnamon Ghost! Welcome on in! Finally caught one of your streams. Wanted to drop in for a second and say hey, but you gotta go to sleep. Gonna lurk or read for a bit. I appreciate you swinging on by and dropping a lurk. It's great to see you. And I hope you have a lovely rest and a good read. Welcome on in. We stand ready to escort you to Zenful and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Alpha, don't say that to Krista. She'll make jokes about that. The enemies are thick? What? Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search for the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the Ixal. But if they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the Warriors of Darkness. I mean, that's fine. We can take them off a stage for a bit. Now we get 70 poetics. Except we don't. We're going in unsynced. Except,
well, you get the first time clear bonus whether you're synced or not.
Yeah.
It's just the 70 for clearing it you don't get if you're unsynced.
What does our new dungeon look like? Well, here you go. This is what it looks like. Ah! Wow, stock frog sound effect, thank you. This game has a lot of stock sound effects if you listen closely. Cool rock.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get to see him. The one unique thing to this dungeon is the enemies are not immune to the AoEs that you see popping around.
I love it.
So they can be hit with them just like we can.
Hey, Harpia!
As we'll demonstrate. Wait for it.
There we go. Vulnerability up for all of them. Oh, let me, there we go. You know, they tried to make a reskin look like a harpy, but they didn't do it for... I guess they did what they could. And then they called it a harpia. Yeah, right here, right here. There we go. Good job. Whoops, I meant to use foul. That meteor totally missed me. The meteor. The cage. Yeah, being able to idle here in a fire combo is great. What? How are these two not close enough? No, it's only a radius of 5 yalms, that's probably why. A bone key. Army bones. Yes.
Pull the lever, drunk.
Oh, the lever just clicked, that was it. Twins. Well, they're close enough. Bed. Wait, what? Why is Flare down there? Sorry, on my main profile, I usually have Flare on the other. Yeah, and triple cast is not usually there. What the heck? I was looking for Flare because I was expecting it in a certain area. Because Flare now has the same cast time as everything else.
There. Beat him without having to lay a single finger on Garuda.
Oh, hey, Alphanid. Everything I have is stronger.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught.
Yeah, and before they summoned a different primal, so...
The Knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here?
You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
What primal? What are you even talking about? There's no primal here.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Apparently you don't have very good eyes.
Game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
That even a black mage, he's level 90, and they're all probably 60 at best.
Yeah.
Enough, Jarumi. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
Uh-huh, and?
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
Yeah, for this long they
cannot
were
be. Do you
forging.
honestly expect us to believe
They were
such
forging
a
a
story?
path for the 4th expansion, or 3rd expansion.
Believe what you like, but it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Well. All things considered, we should be grateful that we had survived the encounter. Well, Alpha, again, there's probably a level discrepancy. Also, I forgot to change classes before initiating this conversation. Do you think it could be true? That to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours. No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Wanton destruction? Isn't that the name of a skill? Whatever the reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss. It ends here. Well, we can't conclude here because this is not a sanctuary, so let's just push this until we get back to a place where we can accumulate rested experience. Not that we really have much to accumulate. I would like nothing more than to get out of the snow. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people who'd rather not deal with the snow anymore. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor place for idle introspection. Introspection. There we go. The knights can appraise Lord Edmund of our success, and we, the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I'll be at the congregation. And back we go again. We still have to speak to NPC to proceed over here. You can't just go through a loading zone. And we're just going to pop a sprint here. On the table. It brings me joy to see you safely returned to us, Cody. What news from Zelfatol? Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remain behind, Mistress Ishtola has been tending to Mistress Alice in your absence, and I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. They told me you had departed for Zelfatol while I was still abed. I slept much better knowing that. Thank you.
I take it your mission was a success.
Success!
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm, slaying primals in the Scion's stand.
Of course, it had to happen during the
Warriors of
cutscene.
Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Ah. Bike. It's all happening during cutscenes.
Exactly.
Forgive me, but if these warriors of darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the warriors of darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Clothed in skin. Anyway.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
I am Daisy!
Oh, hello there, Jade
Allow
Soulbird.
me
Good
to
to see
accompany
you.
brother.
Welcome on
And
in.
before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
Hope you're having a lovely time, Zone.
But Alize, you...
It is a pretty nice night here so far.
You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute.
Nod,
I'm
nod.
afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Tataru's at it again. Just some late night browsing before bed. I chose to be an Elzian, one of the taller characters. The closest I can get to the sectoral leader here of my character. However, there is no race that can match the height that I've set my character as, so closest to.
Yep.
Since my character does not have a tail or
rabbit ears or of any sort. Yeah.
Yeah, Ellison is the tall, lanky one.
Tall and lanky. And we're
certainly more lanky than the other tall classes.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of buff classes. And Summoner is what we're mainly playing. I do have a level 90 Black Mage on the other hand. That's just for unsinking purposes. Just so that we don't have to go through Duty Finder as a DPS because, you know, that takes a little while.
That and Q times and Dynamis aren't the best.
Oh yeah, they can be absolutely nasty, especially this time of the day. The Q will sometimes just not move at all. And it won't matter what role you roll as, there's just like nobody in the queue. It's probably why it's still classified as a new world after... How long has it been? Like 8 months now since the new worlds? Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, we got ads showing up pretty soon here? Okay, well, glad we got that heads up. It is soon trademark, according to Ads Manager. Oh, there we go. I called it right there. Alrighty. We still have our Easter umbrella. I've noticed people have gotten lucky, though, and have not gotten hit with ads, but... yeah, about every hour I run up... Well, honestly, it's up to Twitch's choice, but it's a 3-minute block. And I've heard people say they've gotten 15 seconds of ads. I've heard people say they gotten the full 3 minutes. I've heard people say they've gotten no ads. So, just... At this point, I feel like it's RNG. According to Twitch, it depends on how many ads are available, whatever that means. But yeah, that's just to keep the pre-rolls away, because I like it when people are able to just, like, pop on in and the stream loads up right away without ads. Unless you happen to pop in during the ad block, that'd be the only period of time where you instantly get hit with ads, but that's just a matter of timing. But yeah, we've made it, we're a little bit into Soul Surrender now. And tomorrow we will be continuing this. We are getting towards the end part of my stream where I usually send people off, but I'm going to complete this quest, given that it does not end outside of Sanctuary, which I don't think this one does. We will wrap up this main story quest before I send you guys. Before I send you guys off. And tomorrow at 1 p.m. Mountain Time will be when we continue. I operate on a Mountain Time zone, so I just specify Mountain Time. S-Rank has spawned in Labyrinthos, huh? That's an Endwalker area. In our current position in the story, we cannot access that. And they said on Hal, which Hal Carnasis, by the way, that's the current world we're on, so that would have actually been applicable. Alright, we got about 25 more seconds until guaranteed everybody should be out of ads. And once we're out of ads, I will continue here. I'm voicing through all of this, while doing my best at voicing. Again, I didn't say professional voice acting in the tags there, I said voice acting. There's like 3 different kinds of voice acting tags that I would theoretically use. I only use 2 out of 3 of them. Voice acting-ish is typically when Krista's streaming. Krista's my second character. And, well, because you know, her vocal range only goes so far, voice acting-ish. Then there's me, I do my best. The ads are done, yeah, welcome back from ads. Hopefully Twitch didn't hit you at the full 3 minutes. Like I said, anywhere from like 15 seconds to 3 minutes, or sometimes 0 seconds. Sometimes Twitch doesn't even send out ads. Really weird. All the freedom. I do plan on adding some variation to the ads ended messages. I think I have 3 variations right now, but I like variations. Play Dancer as a main with a side of Red Mage. Oh, that is an awesome combination. Summoner, Paladin, Bard, Pugiligist in level order. Plays a Bakito. Oh, heck yeah. I can't even spell like 20% of the Bakito names, so there is no problems there. Who's that, a full 3? Oh, darn. Yeah, that's the worst RNG you could get, because yeah, that's the maximum size of the ad blocks. Dang it. I do enjoy playing Dancer, actually. That one's a lot of fun. I love being able to just continuously launch my attacks while just sliding out of the AoEs. Actually, Pictomancer's really fun for that too. I love Smudge. That's a really good move. Short cooldown and a nice get out quickly. Just finished Stormblood, not in Shadowbringers yet. Oh, post Stormblood. Right on. Shadowbringers is really good. I'm not going to go into any details, but you're going to have a lot of fun. Now, this character here is in post Heavensward. And like I said, we just got to Soul Surrender. That patch. Dancer is a blast because I like to move. It is wonderful for that. And it's got some good AoEs to it, some good size AoEs. Black Mage is my main, but that's on my main character. Summoner is my main on this character. Summoner with the side of Black Mage, whereas my main character is Black Mage with the side of Pictomancer and Summoner. I like my magical ranged. And considering some of the updates that have been made to Black Mage, I'm enjoying the class more and more now. Combo DK is pretty much gone. It's wonderful. Thank you so much for the follow, Jade. I appreciate it. And yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is one of the main things that I really like playing. I like playing my RPGs. I also play some Mario games, and definitely full-time weather nerd. Hit you with hearts. Yep. Yeah, I've got that set for the follow trigger, so it's perfect. Yeah, I've got a bunch of fun little things, whether it's through channel redeems or through commands. A lot of fun little things hiding out in the background. We've even got a passive race that runs in the background, and it sort of like randomly targets people with random items. It's a fun little thing. In fact, if I move over to this screen here, it looks like the last item was a banana peel, so whoever got hit by that probably got slowed just a little in the passive race. So yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff happening in the background, and I got some RNG things, RNG events that will sometimes trigger. They trigger on like dynamic RNG, so a lot of fun little. I've had so much fun playing around with some of the functions that Firebot has. That's the bot that I use for like the welcome messages and all that fun stuff. All right, let's continue with the quest. I will do my best to voice act in scenarios where it's not taken care of for me. Would I be right in assuming that you have not spoken with my sister since one of the memorial services, was it? Yep, it's been a while. By the 12. It seems a lifetime ago. I would like to think that we both have grown since then. Quite a bit.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Hey, there's Tadaro's new outfit.
Krista.
Play a little everything. Final Fantasy XIV, Subnautica, Doom, Dungeons and Dragons. Oh yeah, good old D&D. I'd love our campaign to resume out one day. One day. And too many other to name. Love being a gamer. There are so many good games out there. So many good games out there that my backlog has gotten really bad. This is also why I can only do one MMO at a time, because time's the issue. Like, the Xenoblade Chronicles series, that's also a series I'm a big fan of, and... Well, Xenoblade Chronicles X is probably... I don't like it as much as Xenoblade Chronicles 1 through 3, but it's still pretty good.
Right then, shall we be off?
I'm also very schedule-oriented. We are joined by EternalSphinxitude. I made sure to include that in the title partway through the stream, but I did add that when it finally dawned on my brain. Hey, you should probably have this here so that everyone knows who you're speaking with. But also, we're like a decent way into the night over here, so if my brain does night brain stuff, then that's why.
Tadaru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12 she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. Do you remember the time at the studium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please! She was not my..." Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? So be it. Another time, perhaps?
Oh my goodness. I have our own table that starts this Sunday with the new campaign. Oh, heck yeah. Part of two of my friends' campaigns, and one of them, Dragonborn Fighter, who is tough as nails, but dumb as a box of rocks. That is a wonderful classic. In another campaign, a Dragonborn Paladin who doesn't talk much, but when he does, it's about his goddess. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Those both sound like amazing scenarios. The sectoral leader here, I haven't put the sectoral leader himself into a campaign because I would have to take drastic measures to balance him. But Krista, my other character, she's definitely in the campaign. Very romance-oriented, but not for herself, but for others. Like, matching others up. So naturally, she's a bard. Yes, I guess, only... That makes sense. Bard and charm, yep. They're a blast to play. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. Sorry, it's Tush. Thanks, Sectoral Captain. Every 5 to 50 messages, the Sectoral Captain will randomly throw Tush into a message that was spoken, so don't mind that. It's a fun little feature that takes after Buttspot, who would randomly throw the word butt into messages. Sometimes it does a really good job, and sometimes it totally misses the mark.
It is an honor, Cody. I realize we are barely acquainted, but having heard so much about you, it hardly feels that way.
It's a pleasure to have you with us. Hate to talk and run, but I'm falling asleep. Long day. I hope to see you again. Oh, no worries at all. It's actually getting a little late for me too, so like I said, I'm seeing this quest to the end and then probably gonna raid out. But I'm glad you swung by. It was great talking with you. I hope you have a lovely rest. Hopefully it's high quality, and hopefully it goes uninterrupted. We'll see you later. New garments aside, I must say you seem different, more resolute than we last met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps. But I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself for any such thing, or any such thing. Delusions of grandeur, that, last time I heard that line was facing the Praetor in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I believe that was a remark that Dromark mentioned. That was close to the end of the game. That was like the second last major boss, who was incredibly annoying to face. However, if you're sly enough, you can actually instantly wipe out that boss by if he's by the, there's a hole in this particular battlefield, and sure, you can fall down it and instantly get KO'd, but so can the boss. However, it's really difficult to pull off. It's hilarious when it's pulled off, though. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Makes sense. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Wakened Sands, then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. You know how many times I had to hear Urianger's name before I started saying it properly? Many. Steel cheeks. Ah. Don't pass that nickname over to Krista. Oh, hold on. Pray return to the Wakened Sands. Right. And it all comes back to the Wakened Sands. Oh. Okay. I thought my summon was not around. No, my summon was still following me. Fails to look at party list. Welcome to the Wakened Sands, where the sand is alive. Urianger, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphanon, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. Ato the potato! Warriors of darkness! I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled favor. We have two objectives at this time: to
to identify and remove the source of the Beast Tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Exil's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere, of which we have no knowledge. Thou art wise to come hither, for this day I did receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Merifor. Ogre Mer stirreth, and there whispers of the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumors, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to return a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook. Cody. Thank you for your counsel, Angy. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Urianji, is there anything else you would like to say? Alice? If not, then never mind. I only asked because you were normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the door had the power to break down barriers between the planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promise and tome. The Giron Oracles. Mayhap you should start there. You could start there. Bye, leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Yeah, we still have the umbrella. Alright. Camp Overlook. And then we can call it a night there. Again, I'm streaming at 1 PM Mountain Time tomorrow. I gotta have some sort of buffer between streams. Also, I do need time to process this into the edited clip and all that good stuff. Yeah, for those of you not aware, I do put all of my streams onto YouTube. Just in full with very light editing. Sometimes I throw in something funny there too, but that's mostly an unseen joke because, let's face it, who wants to watch 5 hours of a past stream? A few of us. It's nice to have one in the background, actually. And if you happen to do such a thing, well, you might find the odd Easter egg I put in. I don't always do that. Most of the time, I just cut out certain sections. I do cut out the weather talk because I consider it a separate topic. I don't put it into like a separate video or anything like that. It's just
I just cut it out because you can only assign one category, like one thing that you're streaming to YouTube. So, you know, an hour of weather reports, which YouTube doesn't have an appropriate category for, followed by a bunch of Final Fantasy XIV. It's mostly Final Fantasy XIV. I could put the extra effort in putting timestamps in, but sometimes I'm a little behind schedule and just need to get the upload taken care of, la-di-da-di-da. You know. 7 hells. At this rate, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever it is, we don't want any. Well, fancy that. Just when my COVID problems look like coming to a head, the size of a 7th Dawn turn-up. Itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what that is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. Oh. Okay, we are in a sanctuary. Cool. That's what I wanted to make sure of. Alrighty. I'm going to bring us over to here, and I'm going to take a look at who to send you guys. I know where I'm sending you guys off to. I very much, without doubt, know who I'm sending you guys off to. Oh my goodness, I never thought our times would ever line up. I'm sending you guys to Udon. I have to send you guys to Udon. I must. And I must be over there too to see what's going on. My goodness. Oh, I've been waiting to catch an Udon stream for so long. I'm sending you guys over to Udon. Congratulations to the top 3. How did I get 2nd place? When I put debuffs on myself to ensure that others can get it? I don't know. But I guess that happened. Anyway, Udon is doing some more amazing game development stuff over there. So, I'm sending you guys over there without doubt. There's a lot of really fun interactives over there. So, yeah. Explore the redeems that Udon has over there. That's going to be it for me. I'd like to thank you guys for joining, whether you were here in full, in part, whether you were active, whether you were lurking, or somewhere in between. It's all greatly appreciated. Thank you for the follows, and I appreciate the raid as well. And all forms of support, I greatly appreciate. Alright, next stream is going to be tomorrow at 1 PM Mountain Time. We're going to be continuing with more Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. On Friday, 6 PM Mountain Time, FaceTuber Fridays. I'm going to be streaming as myself. And we are going to be playing more Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Fast Play. Look forward to that. On Saturday, 6 PM Mountain Time, we're going to be playing some Outbreak. I don't think I can load my VTuber in during that, so it'll be a faceless stream. But there will be plenty of my voice while we chase storms. Look forward to all of that. Take good care of yourselves, everybody. Be kind to yourselves. And keep being awesome. We will see you later. Have a lovely night. Great, that happened again. Let me just switch us back here.
We've got to have